Okay. All right, cool. Hey everyone, how you guys doing? Sorry I'm late. I just fucking turned my alarm off. I was asleep. um, how's everything going? Hi, Carl. I'm not your daddy. Don't be sorry, Pickle. Be careful. God, that sounds so threatening. Dude acts like we can't see him moving the mouse for 30 minutes. I wasn't moving the mouse for 30 minutes. I moved it a little bit and then I went and made coffee. I need to know your thoughts on composting toilets. It's an emergency. It's it's not. Just why would you ever no. Do you need to use one? Find somewhere else. What if I'm trying to tax loss harvest, but instead of red, it's green? Uh, Next question. It sounds like Hawkes Paws graduated to substitute trader. How big is his port now? $20. He blew it up going long Fisker. Quick puts or calls. Well, let's see. We've been trading at roughly the same price since the market opened, with a brief $4, $5 drop. I don't want to be overly enthusiastic here, but this looks like today could be almost as boring as yesterday. Let's see. We just got some data, right? Pending home sales negative 5.2% year over year, 0% month over month, flat. um, that's a little worse than expected. Jobless claims up. Interesting. Continuing jobless claims also up. Ooh, the recessionistas are going to love that. Initial jobless claims up a bunch. Retail inventories don't look good. Wholesale inventories down. Goods trade balance. Yeah, none of this looks particularly good today. Not that it matters, but 7-year auction at 1 o'clock. That'll be the next important thing. Huh. Are you still sick? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me. Iron flies it is. Yeah, that might be a thing. Win top two. So how's top doing? Top looks kind of good. Looks like they're trying to short it right now, unsuccessfully. Ooh, is today the day? Top has a bunch of ETF FTDs today. I think like 700,000 or some shit. Yeah, it says the 28th. All right, so I guess if we slip below 47.90, then there's a chance we fill the gap. I wonder if Apple blew out all of its upside for today already. I could just re-enter. No. Bastards. Motherfuckers, man. I hate it when they do this. Yeah, maybe I could get it on a dip. 10-year 3-month. Who cares? It's like the inverted yield curve doesn't mean anything anymore. Okay, no one cares about it. I've been telling you this for months. People only care about the 2 and the 10. No one cares about the 3-month 10-year. Full port top 250. Ah, that's excessive. How's Neo doing this morning? Did it break back above the 200 MA? Looks like it did. Oh, nice. Yeah. Neo's up a little bit. That's a big breakout signal. That'll draw some attention, if nothing else. Okay, so looks like upside momentum on SPX is starting to die off. I don't really know if there's enough put interest to drag us down very hard, but maybe we could pull back to like 75, which puts us just a bit below the gap. Although they're usually so well defended. Let's see, there's support at 85. So yeah, I guess if we lose 85, we could test 75. We could also just get stuck at 80, but that'll really depend on volume. Hmm. No MOASS today. Well, they didn't buy a lot of the 85s and 90s. Or 95, 90 and 95. There's a lot of call interest at 4,800, but we don't seem to be headed that way. Looks like VIX is a little bit out of their control for a moment. Hmm. Let's see something here. There's quite a lot of put buying. So maybe I'll also try my hand at like an 85 here. See how QQQ looks. QQQ doesn't look very good today. Underperforming a bit, yeah. Our 2K is not doing too hot. VIX futures are up. 3-month VIX is up and VIX is up. Dollar's still down, but just against the yen and the euro, it looks like. It's down against the yuan too. Ooh, what was the Chinese data last night? Was there any? No, the current account is on Friday. Okay, the manufacturing PMI for China is on Saturday. Maybe I'll play Yang over the weekend. Or Yang, whichever of the two wildly racist ETFs. UVXY climbing with SPX. Interesting. Full port top 250. Sorry, USD, JPY, not yen. Yeah, so that got thrown a bit of a curveball last night because we got the, what was it, the manufacturing output for Japan? Industrial production. Foreign bond investment was way the fuck down. Retail sales were okay. But yeah, industrial production was way down. A little bit better month over month, but way worse year over year. Then stock investment by foreigners was also down a lot. Like 150 billion yen. Would Yang being on Reg Show concern you? Not really, but I'm not surprised. About $80 worth of Apple spreads at 1,000% margin from the Persian Mafia. How financially ruined am I? I just need Apple to hit $300 today. Doable. Boxy Light. Hey, Gherk, I just graduated with my bachelor's in supply chain management. Awesome, dude. I paid my entire degree by working and learning from you. Cheers. Hoping to be around more now that I have more free time. That's fucking awesome, man. Well done. Congratulations. I hope we see more of you, dude. That's super cool. I think Baba puts it the best way to play Yang. Huh. What do you think opening $20 CSP on CLF, expiring tomorrow? I feel like this was better earlier. Ew. I don't want to brag, but I made a hefty sum this year trading. And instead of going to the Caymans to avoid the taxes on them, I'm giving them all to you. Thank you so much, two-tone sausage. Oh, happy birthday, Cobra. Will my wish of breaking below 47.70 come true? That happened yesterday. Did you miss the boat? It was all I needed to hear. Thank you for the sanity check. It was like 3 cents. How do you... I'm not even sure you'd get a fill on them. $47.68 doesn't count. Well, it's less than $47.70. Birthday boy. Wait, what? Fidelity said 20 cents. I need to double check. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I just looked at it right now. The $20 put for tomorrow is got a bid of 1 and an ask of 3 cents. The 21 is 20 cents, but that's in the money. I gonna miss my fucking Apple entry here? No. Where's the fucking red candle? We broke through the bottom of the ascending trend on futures, which I think is bearish, but maybe it's not. At least not yet. There's some wicks. Stupid, stupid wicks. Just make it wider. Don't have to think as much. There we go. Oh man, a drop and a test of 4,800 would be really cool. How are commodities doing? Down a little today. Dixie bouncing on its trend. Correlation's turning up on the 3-month a bit. Well, neat. All right. Did a good Christmas? Yeah, it was pretty fun. I got kind of drunk. My brokerage allowed me to short 5 shares of Booking.com. It's apparently all they had. And now I'm underwater, $10. You mean Booking. Yeah. No, I didn't mean that. AT&T 1650 1 DTE puts are trading at 1 cent right now too. That's not like a steal. Booking has a float of like 1,000 shares. It has a float of 34 million shares. If you can get spreads opened on it, which is really hard, but if you can make a shitload of money on it. Can you tell the hedgies to stop shorting the 90, please? You know, I'm not gonna lie to you, Dork. I think they're actually buying the 90 put. The problem is somebody's buying the 85 call. And they're buying far more of the 85 call than they're buying of the 90 put. That's exciting. Tell those guys to fuck off. Praise the wedge. Had the family watch Jingle All the Way for Christmas. So much violence for PG-13. You gotta love Arnold. That movie made me hate Sinbad. And it's never gone away. Before I saw that movie, I liked Sinbad. Something about making him a postal worker really just... I don't know. 47.87 for the rest of time. That's a possibility. I heard the market crash would happen on Tuesday, and by that we would go up 1%. I wish we could go up 1%. Oh, look, they shorted TUP again. In memoriam of Victor. Is Tesla dead? I don't think he needs a in memoriam. Ooh, Tesla got rejected at resistance hard. Nice. It's still not below 250. I wouldn't fuck with it, but I could see it pulling back to like 256 right now. Maybe it keeps going. Possible. I looked at the options data on it last night though, and it looks kind of bullish. So maybe it doesn't pull back too much. Hold on, let me double check. I know I didn't care that much because it was still above 250, but yeah, there was some like charm was picking up, more bot calls. Delta and Gamma had picked up yesterday, so even though it's failing here, it's probably not going to fail very much. It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't really get bearish until it's under 249. 249 and then 235 is when it really starts to pick up some downside momentum, so just risky shorting it higher. Top out of liquidity yet? What do you think? Yeah, it's very illiquid. We've got 3 consecutive days now. 2 consecutive days of declining profit in the long side position. Interesting. Okay, the call buying kind of stopped. Still $12 a VIX to short. Lots of room for profitability. When VIX reverse split? That's not how VIX works. Hey, it went down. Oh, wait, that's my fucking put. Fuck. Are yen nummies mostly dollar driven? No, no, no. I think they're largely driven by the massive drop in industrial production. Can we talk about how silly yesterday's close was? I mean, we could, but it's not going to change what happened. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. How does industrial production dropping make a currency stronger? Hmm. I think it's more broadly economic contraction. Think about that. There's a few ways. Uh, hmm. It can cause so it can cause it's kind of counterintuitive. I understand that, but it can cause like a flight to safety out of equities into bonds and currency, which can drive less inventory demand. People are going to hold on to their cash worth more. So yes, that's one. But there's also like flight to safety into bonds. There's um balance of trade adjustments that can occur due to lower export output, right? And also like it depends, currencies are paired generally, right? And so it depends on economic performance relative to other countries as well. Last week you said week and a half before upside on beyond. No. I said there's a week and a half before there's forced covering on beyond. Forced covering doesn't mean upside. But beyond's kind of holding up okay. Better than expected. It's actually up today a little bit. I'm holding the $9 range, but they're shorting the ever loving fuck out of it right now. We'll see. They're probably gonna run out of liquidity pretty soon. They're getting near where it's maxed out, and so we'll see if that starts to turn into more covering as the larger amount of failures start coming in as we move towards Jan OPEX. This fucking piece of shit market. Okay. Doesn't look very strong though. Yes. Still just fucking with 48, 36, 50. Let me look at this on the 5 minute. It's a triple top on ES. Oh, I wonder if that fails. Think about averaging down the put. They just don't want to get blown out if they're going to come in and fucking buy like $50 million in out of the money calls. Maybe I'll wait for a pullback to like the 30. If it pulls back to the 30, I'll buy another one. Wix is kind of turning up a little bit, so that might be good. No, I still don't want to re-enter Fixie yet. Not until after the Fed decision. Andrew Dodd, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. You have any thoughts on the often ignored GDI metric? Well, GDI isn't really ignored. It's just that it's generally the same as GDP, right? I mean, divergence can be, yeah, well, persistent and significant divergences can be indicative of a recession. But it can also be like issues with the way the data is collected. So sometimes there's just divergences due to the frequency of like GDP data collection versus GDI data collection. So I'd have to look. I'm not really sure what they're at right now, but yeah, it can be a recession signal. It's not like we don't have enough recession signals. I mean, I don't know if we need to lean on GDP, GDI, but yeah, it's another one. Do you know if you invested $1 in SPY in late October, that $1 would now be worth 100 million? No, it fucking wouldn't. It'd be worth like $1.20. Not even like $1.15. Would you return to doing jerking it on Reddit, or is that a thing of the past? I don't know. I've been busy in the mornings with something that's kind of taking up some of my time. I suppose when I'm done with that, then yeah, I'll probably start writing the dailies again. Someone asked about was it Upstart Gamma Max? How's SoFi looking? Why the fuck would I look at SoFi? Why do I get asked about SoFi so much? Do I look like Bruce? I don't have any bagels. Upstart's 50.78. And what was the other one? I don't remember what the other one was. Was it GME? Someone wanted to know GME? GME really doesn't fucking matter at all. 2108. T is looking good. How's it doing today? Nice. 30 cents up. I fucking love T. That's a big resistance. 1662. That's an important one. I just could not be happier with that. Check DM for GDP GDI. Oh, okay. Well, that looks unhealthy. No, 1% is not a good return, BOFH. That's a terrible return. Would you add more T around 16, or do you think it could go back into the 14, 15 range? My initial buy-in was around 16. I first started buying into it like back, what was it, September, October of 2022. It was like just below 16, and I've bought it 16.50. Um, I have it on drip until it gets above 18. So I mean, theoretically, I'll be buying some fairly soon above 16, provided it stays there. If you invested $1 in SPY this morning, you'd now be a millionaire. You've really got to get off the Motley Fool premium plan popcorn. Can you share the GDP GDI chart? Yeah. Oh, she'd gone back a little further, but looks healthy. You can tell by the brown. That's probably nothing. Yeah, it's my thesis is very bearish, and my port keeps getting smaller. With rolling my puts and averaging them down, there's no reason to be holding puts right now. Scalping the upside. When is a good time to rethink your thesis? When you first started losing money. It gets all fucked up further back. Okay. You mean back when people made money? God forbid you go back before Clinton and Reagan. If you would have looked at Bitcoin in 1993, you would have made $20 billion. I just looked at it, not actually owned any. Because notional stuff. If you invested $1 in GDP in the spring of 2020, we've hitting 4,800 today, then straight shots of 4,900. I don't know if we're gonna hit 4,800 today. We should. That's where all the call interest is. Except there needs to be more call interest at 90 and 95. And probably less put interest at 85, weighing the price down. Don't want to buy another put here. I'm really not as aggressive with the VIX shorting today, huh? Oh, nice. Neo's picking up market cap. Look at it go. Should I get more exposure to that? There's a lot of fucking shorts on it, and someone just came in and bought 20% of the company. Gamma Max is starting to move up. It's at 1256 now. Still above delta neutral. Maybe if it breaks 10, I get more exposure. Neo good for shares? Yeah. I don't know. I guess you could. I don't really want shares on it. Actually wanted to go long before the buy-in. And then the buy-in kind of just confirmed it. But I think it's just like a little over short, and the options chain looks kind of bullish. I mean, I guess you could, but I don't really want to go long on shares. Still too much risk with China. Wait, so you're not bearish in the short term? I mean, I'm not really bearish till we get below gamma neutral, which we're very far away from. Why are we in a perma bull market? Because there's always an idiot willing to buy higher. I mean, it's kind of what's going on, right? Everything's massively overvalued, and like, you know, we could drop concentration and move into breadth, and that would be a lot healthier, and the market would be more stable. But that also really wouldn't increase the value of the the indexes, right? So, and we're starting to see that slowly happen. But I don't think the shift is fast enough, and I still think we're likely headed into a recession, if not an actual one, in like a much deeper earnings recession. And I think we're gonna see, like, if everything goes according to the bull plan and the Fed starts cutting rates, I think we're gonna see everyone just pile into bonds. I think we're already seeing some of that. Bonds have outperformed indexes to the upside. So like everyone who's talks like a lot of shit about buying indexes, you know, when we were buying 20-year bonds at 5%, those are up like 25%. Are we spending the next 2.5 hours at 47.90? Yeah, probably. I don't know. VIX is still kind of creeping up a little bit. We shouldn't have very much upside momentum, but we also don't have very much volume. So I would say price is a little unpredictable. Oh, there goes top. Someone hit the bid too hard. Whoopsie. Top start. What would be the Jenga block that causes Mag 7 to come back to reality? Well, I would say that about $2.5 to $3.5 trillion of Mag 7 market cap is completely reliant on artificial intelligence. So that failing to provide meaningful profits, I think, is the biggest Jenga block. That would destabilize a lot of the current value that's perceived. How do you structure a report right now? I don't want anything but oil and commodities. You know, I actually think that I think there's a lot of opportunity in small caps, cash rich businesses, utilities, um, even some retailers to a degree are pretty beaten down. So I think there's some stuff out there that's not too bad, especially now with yields lower. When yields were up, there was just fucking nothing that was going to beat, you know, like the 30-year at 5.25%. They're an electric vehicle manufacturer. You piece of shit. Pick up volatility here. Hmm. Can we see cat at 300? Isn't it there yet? Ooh, cat's down today. That's actually kind of interesting. Hmm. All right. Well, either this rejects or I'm stopping out of this fucking put. What's Mara's Gamma Max? Um, 27. Ooh, it looks like it got rejected today. That might be the start of something kind of fun. Hmm. Hmm. Are we ever going to fill the morning gap to the downside? I feel like one day we'll just fill all the gaps. Time to full port coin 2D poots. Oh, I don't know about coin. Mara maybe. Not full port, but there might be like a good opportunity for spreads there or something right now. The problem with going long puts on those is that you're gonna get a lot of vol crush on the downside. Coin, on the other hand, if I remember correctly, Coin was doing a pretty good job staying below Gamma Max. Yeah, it broke up through it yesterday. The Gamma Max on Coin is at 181.94. Jesus fucking Christ. Dealer Delta's at 1.82 billion. I'm sorry, it's 6.27 billion. That's a lot. Charm could be kind of spicy on it. Too many YOLOs. Forex is doing some stuff. You mean USD JPY is shitting the bed? Ooh, USD JPY is bouncing really hard. Really hard. Fuck. Is there news? We haven't got a lot of Fed speakers. Does anybody else find that really strange? Support in 90. That's fucking annoying. Hmm. I didn't go from cutting to doubling down. I put a stop on it and my stop didn't trigger. It started to reverse, so I bought another put. It was the right choice. I got a very good deal on that second put, too. Breaking news. U.S. military announces joint operation with Japan against Godzilla's expected 2024 incursion. That sounds bullish. Why is USD GPY trading like Doge? Same thing. I cannot explain to you how much I hate Doge. Really? I mean, I didn't get out at 74 cents, but I was very happy with the $50 I put into it in like 2016 or whatever. These past 2 weeks have been weird. Yeah, I feel like they're really pushing everything to the absolute fucking limit at this point. This whole run from like 4,700 and up would have been a lot healthier with like a little bit of a pullback at some point. You think Tup found support or wait to re-enter? I still think Tup looks pretty good. That one red day we got was cool though. Yeah, that was awesome. Hey, maybe don't buy the fucking 90, you pricks. Mm. What's that, like 80? Is that 85, Dork? Or 80? That's on squeezy EV charging companies like BLNK or BEEM for a Ripper and Jan. Ew. I don't know. Maybe? What about Plug? What's that doing nowadays? I want to buy so many yens. Someone's fucking diving it hard into the carry trade right now. Just collapsing financial conditions instantaneously. That usually means not pumpies. Leaning into the carry trade tightens financial conditions. Look at yields. Yields are up. That's gonna drive vol. It is driving vol. I watched Margin Call yesterday. The fucking movie's so bad. Okay, now I'm at break even on my shitty puts. Fill the gap. Do it. It's been a million years. Oh, it looks so good too. Did you get into Apple calls? No, because I woke up late. There might be another re-entry opportunity if the market drops and we fill the gap. Actually, there really may not have been much of. There was like you could have. The only way to have gotten in would have been like within the opening 2 minutes, because it gapped up. It gapped up overnight. What is this ridiculous battle for fucking nothing? Hmm. Like bond yield and VIX are related somehow. No shit. Sir, we're gonna lose more money than we have. Okay, sell the position. The end. Secret sell. They had to secret sell it. Yeah, margin call doesn't explain anything. It's just a bunch of like vague financial jargon. It's like listening to FinTwit. FinTwit's my new favorite place. Oh no. Is there a tip update on top? You said there's a threshold we need to cross. There's a threshold I'd like to see us cross. We're not there yet, but we're moving towards it. And they're starting to cover again, which means they're out of short liquidity. That's potentially a very good sign. Dwarf, look at my profits. I did it. And they're and it's gone. That was worth it. Fucking hate doubling down. Now it's free to drop $20. Yeah, $100. Actually, it seems like I sold at the perfect time. I thought VIX declared bankruptcy. Yeah, VIX is kind of picking up a bit. I wonder if we should trade futures today. I'm feeling the itch, you know? What's Nvidia doing? QQQ. Hmm. That's kind of a good return, right? 53%? I could get more though if I wait. Oh shit, crude inventories are way down. What time was that at? Oh, that's right now. Oh, that's what's making everything get funky. Dork. Crude inventory is actual negative 6.911 million. Forecast negative 2.85 million. Yeah, we bought. I think we picked up like 3 million barrels in reserves, something like that. I have a whole jug of olive oil on my counter. Why full bull on Nvidia? I'm not. I'm thinking about selling a spread on it for tomorrow. It's a pretty good return. It's like what 53% on risk. But I kind of want to see if it's going to bounce off VWAP here. If it bounces off VWAP, I could get a lot more. Why does oil matter? Oil, dollar, yields, vol, in that order. Dollar is same like oil, right? Based on the Beyond squeeze in June, I see a move around Jan 4 that tops out at 1384. If this happens, my $100 position will 10x. It's very bullish of you. I don't think anything's going to happen on Beyond by Jan 4th, but maybe. Am I in the movie Margin Call? Fuck you, man. You should get all of your. Actually, you know what? You should get all of your financial advice from Demi Moore and Kevin Spacey. So oil down, dollar down, yields up, vol up. No, oil down, dollar down, yields down, vol down. Oil up, dollar up, yields up, vol up. If I sell some zero DTE calls and the market crashes, I make 69,000% profit. So, a perfect storm of low oil supply in the middle of winter. Yeah. Tell RC to stop buying. What's he buying? Should I buy another put? I feel like this is going to fail again. We're so close, right? Maybe I just get something longer dated. I don't have to worry about it in the short term. I feel like a fucking. What? Those are too narrow. Got 85. Next Friday? $85.60. Oh, you know what I'll get? I'll get a $75.50. That'll cover my downside exposure. Stop going down for a second. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit, a gap fill. QQQ had a special dividend yesterday. Did you see Pulte's now buying AMC and is bullish on its future? That combined with Bagfest 2023 makes me question if his family needs to have him sectioned. Oh, why? He's pivoting harder than JPOW. I think he realized the Bobby community is too full of people that have already been robbed, and they're not a good audience for what he needs. It seems really obvious what he's trying to do, right? Like strategically, I think he's trying to get like his own army of bag holders that'll vote him back into the leadership of PHM because he's been ousted. $20 on 6K is good risk, right? Sounds like it. I don't know why he was fucking ousted. Pulte Homes Group or whatever the fuck it is. I think PHM is the ticker. Yeah, Pulte Group. PHM is at an all-time high. Most home builders are. It's gonna be a hard sell to oust the CEO. I mean, if the Fed doesn't cut rates, it'll drop right back down to $60. Not filling the gap bullish here. Yeah, a little bit. Although VIX is still going up. I think maybe we could retest 85. Or we just fill out the other shoulder on the reversal. Like that. That would arguably be a really good place to buy a call. Alright. That didn't take a lot of convincing. I'm gonna set the stop on that pretty tight. Let's see. 420. $10%. Ooh. Mm. Mm. Hmm. Could we still fill the gap? Maybe? If this breaks down and the reversal fails, then possibly. Ooh. Stopped out. See if that breaks. Fail 85. So if we fail 85, yeah, failure of 85, we can test 75. I think pretty readily. So I would expect them to try to defend this. Maybe we see one more big test to the downside resistance. Then I think it starts. Then I think we can get a reversal to the upside. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna go like that. So what happened to my line? Okay, that's gone. That doesn't mean anything anymore. So I think if this fails, I think retest and then maybe a real bounce. Or it just breaks out. Both are kind of possible here. Let's see if it fails the test first. It's starting to. Wall short's taking the day off. Yeah, that's what's kind of interesting about this is we're seeing, it's possible we're seeing a little bit more de-risking very slowly, or we're simply seeing put buying, more aggressive put buying. There's some vol demand right now, so I think that's having an effect without a doubt. Yeah, we've got VIX 3-month up 0.8 or 80 BPS, and VIX futures up 112. So we're seeing pretty good demand on vol from like across the 3-month convexity. Tupcall's going to lose a lot of theta after this weekend's. They could, yeah. If they're not in the money, then yeah, they will. Especially with the holiday. I'm buying 7 DT puts, slowly getting 0 DTE calls. Is this the way? I don't know. My best position the last 2 weeks, like even better than straddles, has just been like $50 5 DTE debit spreads for the upside. Broke out. Bullish. Buy. It's about $6 of range. I'm not entirely sure that's worth it. God damn it. Whatever. Are we gonna really oscillate between 85 and 92 until the auction? We could test 95. I don't see a reason we can't. But we're probably gonna see put buying continue to increase into the auction because going into this morning and last night, there was like almost no bearish interest on the chain at all. Fucking just had to break out just a tiny bit before failing, right? A piece of fucking shit, assholes. Hate market makers. It's 11:19. That looks kind of stable. It's failing on the short term, but I still think it'll reverse. Okay, fill the gap, then push up. Gross. Oh god, I'm ruined. Top no. WeBull is undo when you mess up a line. Control Z will save you a lot of hassle. Does it? I've tried that before and it never fucking fixes anything. Yeah, but shorting Tesla in its current range is super risky, Maeve. I mean, you could have, but anything specific on Upstart? No, I don't really care about it. Maybe I'll start shorting it soon. It's starting to come down a little. Lower high. Actually. Let's see. Vol's dropping. Channel 18. Oh. Don't like that. Neo's flushing out a lovely Head and Shoulders here. Yeah, listen, I've been burned before. I just really want to make a few hundred today. You should probably stop trading right now. God, why do people own UVXY? Jesus Christ. Whenever I start saying I just want to make X amount of money today, I know I should stop trading. Yeah, it's a really dangerous mindset. UVXY is a long-term holding. God. I have to control that mindset at the sperm bank too. Yeah, you don't want to over deposit. What's up, Fluffy? Just a tiny long dated call. Ugh. It's got vol decay. Why would you ever want to hold that for an extended period of time? Especially when they're shorting the fuck out of VIX every day. That's why I start each trading day saying I'm only going to lose this much today. That's a good way of, actually, that's a better way of looking at it, honestly. I'm holding it this week in case. In case of what? We're not going to go down before the new year at this point. We're probably not going to hit all-time highs, but we're probably not going down either. Vol would be good into an event, but it seems like a gamble at the moment. I mean, Vega plays are decent, right? Because then you get exposure to downside. You have a lot of theta. You're exposed to vol. You're exposed to a mean reversion in vol, right? But you don't lose out on vol decay every time they short VIX in between now and then, right? Lost $100 yesterday and the day before, so I'm getting annoyed. You're over trading. Choose your entries wisely. This is not good like price action to trade. This is garbage. This is terrible $5 chop. I'm only trading it because I'm bored. So bored. I bought a Vega. That's not a. Good for you, popcorn. I hope it hits. I'm trying to keep all the chop to yourself. No. Yesterday I made like 30 trades uh on this account. Well, I made like 5. And I think I ended up losing $6. It's just garbage, right? Like the price action's trash. Nice. Yeah. I don't need to make $100,000 today. For what? I have one day to make $100,000. How do? Oh, Jesus Christ. Volatility already is a product. Happy holidays, Baradactyl. Is June the minimum you'd look at for Vega? Right now, yeah. June or further out, even. Well, I lost $1,000 on debit spreads yesterday that would have been in the money. But then I made like 900 on 15-minute to expiry calls. And then I lost I lost 150 on 15-minute to expiry puts. And then I made some money off of like some bear spreads. But yesterday was super shitty. What should I do with my Evergrande warrants? I'm feeling really good about them today. Jesus Christ. 4,000 hand jobs, $25 a pop. Easy math. He hurt his wrist last week, though. Sell 100k worth of SVX puts since it doesn't ever close red. Jesus. Don't say that. It's depressing. I honestly, like, if I just had balls of steel, I would just sell like 200k of like ES every night. I don't think it's gone down in like 2 months now in the overnight session. What would happen if Beyond actually had good PR at this point? Would they be able to stop the rip? Uh, I mean, I think shorts would prefer that there's no positive news. I don't think there will be any because they make sausages out of beans. You know it will as soon as you do. Yeah, yeah. I'm well aware. Think we pump into the auction? Maybe we get more call positioning towards 1 o'clock. I don't want to call it like a pump, but we might revisit 47.90 in the slowest fucking way possible. GameStop could be selling bean sausage. You know, Beyond actually makes less money than GameStop, which is embarrassing. Yeah. I don't like the company. I just like that shorts got too greedy and they're not out of business yet. Remember that video of the kid who filled his PC with baked beans and called it a repair tech? No, but that sounds hysterical. Am I the first to notice the new Christmas logo? Yeah, I forgot I had it. I also have a Santa pickle somewhere for the bottom left corner, but I don't know where that is. The spreads on BK and G options are literal trash. It's really hard to get a fill. But if you can get leveraged exposure, woo boy. I just shorted some shares today. That seemed like the only way I was gonna get any exposure quickly. And I'm just back at break even again. Fucking awesome. It's not doing a lot today. But it's not breaking up, which is cool. Yeah, I guess I'm up a couple bucks. Oh, thank you so much. Where the hell did you find that? Oh, you're the one that made it? Oh, hey, there it is. Nice. No, that's fine. Just, I can manipulate an image, sort of. Some dipshit bought Tupperware at 245 and then fucking sold his 70,000 share position at 235. Amazing. Is that the exact same number of shares? Almost. Genius. Something alright. You just explain the plot to Margin Call too. It's about Tupperware. Are you excited for 2024? I love election years. People get so friendly. Not in the slightest. Is it bad that I hope both presidential candidates die from old age before they get elected? I can't believe we're about to get round 2 of Trump v. Biden. We're fucked. Yeah, I know. That would really shake things up. Yeah. Just like 2 days before election day. That's how we end up with an old shoe as president. It seems like literally any person our age who's not totally insane could win. Well, yeah, but they don't have the funding and backing of the relevant parties. Why isn't there an age cap on presidential candidates? I don't know. Historically, how volatile is election year? I think historically they're like slightly bullish. Um, More volatile in the back half of the year. People actually vote. Yeah, believe it or not. I've seen Veep, yeah. Well, that was fun. I just discovered that the remove trick from chat doesn't work anymore. Censored comments still show the remove button. Huh. Interesting. Tup tips not crossing again? They're nowhere near each other. Notice how they're not pricing the options down? We have 2 day trades. That's exciting. Got an hour till the auction. Holy fuck, this is the most uninteresting. So this is all that's happening. We're just floating around between one strike to the next as people position like neutral position for the fucking auction. This is what we're doing. Not enough calls to the upside to go up. Not enough puts to the downside to go down. Everything in perfect balance. Yeah, there's an auction. 40 billion, 7-year. Oh shit, I have the Santa pickle already. Look at that. "12 Days of Christmas." Let's go. Gherkin becomes a React streamer. I'm not ready for that level of fame. On the plus side, timing entries hasn't. No, timing entries has been pretty easy, but making money off of those has been difficult. The MM's just fucked every good entry today, right? Like, this one, the MM beefed it. Upside move here, beefed. This was actually the only good move today. Which I guess I made a little money off of, but not much. I don't know, shit could get spicy after the auction. No, this one's pretty important. We could see a test of 4,800 if there's no tail. I made 20 bucks on that move. Nice. I already sold covered calls on GME yesterday. It's not an infinite money glitch. It's just easy money. Ooh, maybe NVIDIA will test the high again for today and I can sell those spreads. I'm so diversified. Wheat is soft wheat. Careful with that. Winter wheat's more likely to spike. Which means you want exposure to that other shitty ETF, JJG, or whatever the fuck it is. Yen doing the thing again. really, it's really doing it too. Huh. How's oil looking? I'm surprised that oil's not up more, given reserves are so fucking low. I guess it's doing alright. Should I go long oil today? Hmm. Hmm. Alright, that's weird. Huh. Alright. Nice, Ben. Do you think the TEP is being shorted? Or is it just people taking profits from the past few days? TEP is definitely being shorted. Why would anybody be taking profits? We're at the same fucking price we've been at this whole time. No, if people were taking profits, the options would be dropping. They're really not very much. Especially the $3 calls. Have you checked out our stock today? No. Ooh, shit. That's impressive. It was the day my fund settled and I could buy in. Fuck this market. That's like a good sign, right? You can just buy in a little higher. Or wait and see if it pulls back. There's been someone pretty steadily buying quite a lot of it since earnings. Furiously parses all positive stocks on the day. Good luck. Was that for share borrowing? Turd? Seems about right. Yeah. You didn't miss shit on SPX today. Jork stock is hot? No, it's not. God damn it. Dork's been long Tootsie Roll forever, I think. Buy at 30, sell above 33. Easy peasy. It's because there's not a lot of rate cuts priced in for the next 3 months yet. What's a Tootsie Rolls 103 100 crazy splits? I have no idea. What's the problem with VIX 1250? I don't think there's a problem with it. It's an important level, but that's about it. Shorts finally getting on Upstart. It looks like it's starting to turn around a little. I opened a couple spreads on it. See what'll happen. Imagine buying the US 10-year in 1981 at 16%. Imagine selling it in like 1992. Did you watch the Sinbad Genie movie? I remember it, but apparently there's a conspiracy regarding its existence. I don't think Sinbad was in it. Was he? You're talking about Shazam? Or Kazam? I don't remember. Kazam was the one with Shaq, right? Yeah. Top gonna spend another month consolidating here? I mean, I hope not. It looks like we're still getting covering on it. Liquidity just reversed. So maybe they're done trying to short for today. I'd probably be desperately trying not to cover also. People can't tell the difference between Shaq and Sinbad. I don't think that's the issue. Is Tep refusing to break below 230 bullish? Yeah. The fact that it's holding 2 is bullish. No, not no. I think I've seen that movie. Sinbad was the bodyguard for the president. You mean Jingle All the Way? The movie's not called Turbo Man. He was an evil mailman. The last 4 days have made me hate trading. Really? I don't think it's that bad. It's just boring. Wouldn't Baba 90? That's ambitious. It's still like fucking $1 away from my price target. Turbo Jingle Man all the way. Was he evil or just doing whatever it took to please his child on Christmas? He was evil. He was like fighting a 4-year-old. What do we put our chances on hitting 4,800 today? I think it might depend on the auction. As an owner of a 4-year-old, I can confirm sometimes they need to be fought. Is this high volatility market condition likely to persist? Excuse you? I'm bored. Do you want to make a bet? I want to bet. I bet that quarter 4 GDP will be over 5%. Interesting. Hmm. I don't want to take that bet. I feel like inflation's going to pick up in Jan, and it's just going to translate to productivity. I don't even think that's like a very bold statement. Right? They've got to stuff the inflation somewhere. Otherwise, people understand that they're paying too much money for shit. No, top's not going up because of shipping containers in the Red Sea. Jesus Christ. That's Raph. A little too Raph. Holy shit. The Atlanta Fed has a research app called Economy Now. I'm downloading it. Anyone else savagely beat their kids playing board games? I show my 5-year-old no mercy. I'm just prepping him for the real world. My grandma used to do that to me. It made me obsessed with winning. It's never gone away. Like to a point where it's probably harmful in my personal life. Which board game? Chess, checkers, and Monopoly. That's loser talk. Hmm. Still low there, like 27. Hmm. How much can they push this without having a sell off via sold puts? 48.20. Was this study done on mice wrestling? How do you make mice wrestle? The butter zone was letting the littler mice win 30%. Too few wins and they didn't want to play. Too many, they thought it was too easy. Interesting. Once dated a girl refused to believe you could mortgage a property in Monopoly. It's literally on the back of the card. I just got a PS5 to keep me entertained while I lose money. What games do you recommend? I don't know. I don't use consoles. My in-laws wouldn't believe me that you auction a property if it isn't purchased in Monopoly. Oh, like when you land on it and you can't afford to buy it. Will they ever short Upstart back? Probably. I think they may have started. Looks like they're getting a little more aggressive there. Ah, yes. Hmm. No, no, there's not enough call interest to go to 48.20, but that's the point at which selling puts could push the long. If you started 2024 with a 75k port, what would your end of year target for next year be? I don't know. What's your what's your proficiency level? That's depends on strategies you employ. Risk parameters. That's a terrible question. Neo seems fine. It's holding up pretty well. When are you gonna start opening a short position on TLT? I don't know. Maybe as we get closer to the next Fed meeting. At the point where selling vol flips backwards, jumped from 75 last week to 48.20 this week because the Vega neutral point for the moved up. Do you think there's a play for upside in Apple? There was. I don't like it as much now because it gapped up overnight. Generally when you get a sharp move up like that overnight, it pushes like shorter dated call buyers to sell and then weakens the continuation of the move. But you saw this morning on Apple, right? It was like you saw a lot of profit taking. Uh... Hmm. Jeffers sold his bonds and his cash now. Is that the signal? I think wasn't most of his shit like short dated, like 2 year. It's probably got decent realized gains on them. I'd probably ditch them too. Well, the MM's hedging into the positive GAX and then selling once it's reached. That's why it acts as a resistance. The video would like to have a word with you about gap ups equals profit taking pullbacks. What? Could you let me know your current thoughts on top as you look deep in thought regarding it? I'm not that deep in thought regarding it. Average duration was about 7 years. Okay. No, you bought a lot longer stuff than I thought you did. I thought you were all in on like 3 and 6 month. It includes like all of my 2 year, half of the 5, and then almost all of the 10, 20, and 30. I'm gonna wait till we get a little closer because I think yields will keep going down into the Fed meeting. So I'm gonna kind of wait till we get closer to that. But I want to be out of like all the long duration by the time we get to the next Fed meeting. Your 35-year trading career, which was your favorite Santa rally? Yeah, I've not been doing this for 35 years. Was the diminishing return on shorting VIX accelerating? Did you see it even feasible to sell vol up to 48.20? That would put VIX much lower than it is now. Yes, it would. But yes, they could. They definitely they're definitely capable of it. It's more of a question of risk versus reward, right? I don't know if we push through 4800, but we may test 4800. What risk? The risk that forces them to keep selling vol. I've never heard that word. Yeah, I think if we could test 4,800, it could act as a pretty strong resistance. But it really depends on the time of day too. Like if we test it, say we test it at like 2:30, 3 o'clock, um, the chances of us pushing up above it are a lot higher because calls are cheaper. If there's a fat tail, yeah, I guess we could see down to like 47.75. 47.75 is building up a lot of its own Vega risk. That and 47.50 have gotten. There's a lot of sold puts at both of those strikes. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the position, like the current positioning, can really afford to lose those levels, which I kind of expect them to be very well defended because of that. And the MM is buying the dips right now. Unless we fall below like 47.30. But that's still like a huge move from where we're at now, right? That's, you know, you're looking at like 130 BPS drop for the downside to really start to accelerate. The thing about losing like 75 and 50 is it puts a lot of like short Vega in the money. And that could push, that could push the MM longer vol, right? And then, that increases, that compounds volatility risk to the downside and increases the risk on the out of the money positions. And so, losing those levels can increase the chances that we break down to a level where the MM actually starts selling into the downside move, but we're still really far away from that. I don't really buy a lot of corporate bonds. Sometimes preferred stock, but not too much on the corporate bond side. I have. I mean, there's been opportunities where I've, but for the most part, I'm not really that interested in them. What comes after 9 green weeks in a row? Stumped? It's 10 green weeks. Preferred stock? May I interest you in some ape? No thanks. Can you explain again how last Wednesday's sell-off came about? I wrote about it in the pickles picks that night. I just sold too many puts. They sold too many puts, and the market maker started to sell off their hedge, like their positive delta hedge, and then people like once we dropped to like 47.50, people started to pile into zero DTE puts, and that pretty much drove us the rest of the way down. It was like right when we tested fucking like 75 on SPX. Somebody sold a shitload of puts at 47, 60, and 65, and they bought a bunch of zero DTE calls. But in doing so, they pushed the MM. They pushed the MM like positive Vega, and so the MM started selling off their delta hedge, and going longer vol, right, and start putting all their puts and all the puts that the MM is long on in the money. It's not as clear cut as that. Lost your gun. Also, intraday, you have no idea what the OI at a given strike is. Unless you're an MM. Would it have been worth it to hold that call for the extra fucking hour and a half? Probably not. It's me. I'm the MM. Everyone gonna sell tomorrow to pay the tax man? Maybe. It's not out of the question. The effective gamma in the near term is greater than the effective delta in the near term. Yeah. So it depends on your time horizon. Think of delta as fuel, right? And then gamma is the accelerant. Octane, right? Well, that depends, right? It depends if it's falling, if it's going in the money or falling out of the money. Nebraska's not a state, Popcorn. You're not a state. The fuck is IWM? Tail? Don't know yet. I'd imagine. Fed bids for 3.837% before the auction. $3.859. Yeah, so a bit of a 2-point tail. 2.22? 22 points? Fat tail. Do I have any other logs I need to cut? Those are probably okay. How hard could that get stomped on? Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. Watch out on top. Yeah, I know about that. Spicy vol. Oh, this will be fun. I expect them to try to defend 75, if not 80. I'll be right back. Get a deep V. Yo, yeah. We didn't even fill the fucking gap. You gotta be shitting me. Oh man, I might have slightly overcooked these croissants. They're trying hard to make. I mean, usually this week is fucking boring, right? Like, I I was pretty clear about that Sunday when I wrote Pickles picks in a drunken stupor. I think Neo stays flat through end of day. That'd be cool. I would enjoy that. Homemade ones or Pillsbury ones? I bought them. I bought them from a bakery. But then I stuffed them with Gruyere and ham. It is fucking tasty. The only problem is if you slightly overcook a well-made croissant, it just turns to dust. Your croissants are mid at best. You're mid. No, honestly, I mostly agree with you. There's a few places that have good ones, though. It's not all shit. Biggest tail since November 2022. Market up. It's like the only, I mean, it's the only place the market can reasonably be right now. He's talking about the tail on the 7-year auction. It means that the high yield at auction exceeded the spot price of the bond. How didn't that help? I told you exactly what it was. For the amount of shit going on right now, I will say that volatility might be slightly underpriced, Jork. More downside unlikely today. Eh. Not necessarily. Guess who purchased 10 shares of IWM today at the literal top? This guy. Why? It'll probably be okay in the long run. Although I think there's better gains to be found in picking small caps than buying the index. Nice, adopted by Dan's. I've done okay selling options in this, but not buying them so much. I'm not sure. I don't think the relative returns on IWM shares are worthwhile. Like, say IWM goes up 20% this year, right? You have 10 shares, $20 a share. You made $200. If you bought a leap at spot, how much is a spot leap on IWM? It's $2,000. If IWM goes up 20% by expiration, you make $1,925. And you make the $200 you would have made off shares off of a 2% move to the upside. Why long IWM at all? You know, of all the crazy shit going on in the market right now, small caps running is kind of the only thing I agree with. I think there's a lot of value there. There's good cash flow positive. There's a lot of good cash flow positive companies that will weather whatever may come. I don't necessarily like the index for that, but also small cap like manufacturing, industrials, and chemical production will do really well on the other side of the bullwhip. Full port Fubo, you say? I'm wondering if Disney will buy them out. I think they already own like a lot of their parent company, right? Building a position to sell CCs on IWM. Okay. Well, maybe next time you want to buy indexes directly. This is not a critique of your position or anything, but possibly consider waiting for a small pullback after it's moved up 30% in a month. CCs on IWM are pretty good. Nah. All right, never mind. Oh, I need to get tissues. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Try to guess when I got out of my puts. At the top? I think the market's broken. It might be. No, positioning didn't shift much after the auction. A little in the money call profit taking, but that's about it. I actually do think somebody picked up some extra 85, 47.85 puts. But it looks like the biggest impact was some in the money calls taking profits. I'm the worst trader out of all 455 of you. 503. Inverse me every time. Next time you're in that situation where you're, it's either stop or average down, set your stop, right? If the market tests it, you get stopped out, stay out of the position, right? If the market doesn't test it and starts to move the direction you need it to, average down here. Once you've confirmed the breakdown, right? What's up, Pop? We're going down right now. This is what I like. Enough of a drop to cause a massive rally. Fair. No, thanks, Atomic. Oh, I think we absolutely spend the rest of our day chopping around. Maybe we'll get some more exciting price action towards the end of the day. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's still a chance for incremental upside. Can you give Grim2 a Powerade? Because of the thirst? It's not his fault. I'm a thirst trap. Like a stock siren. Do you think oil goes up higher or lower from here in 1 month? Are we taking bets on Houthi rebels attacking U.S. oil tankers? I heard Biden's being proactive as fuck. 4,800's not off the table. It's just hard to get to until later in the day. I wouldn't assume that any price between 75 and 4,800 is unattainable right now. When people start begging for $3 moves on SPX, I know it's time to close my brokerages. Or it's time to start selling them options. I could see oil moving up over the next couple months. Next month? Was it month or couple months? Could Tesla hit 250 this week? Huh. Broke 56. Next resistance is 53. Yeah, it could. I don't really want to go short Tesla unless it breaks 249, though. Wait, do they make banana Oreos? We talked about this before. I'm just checking in to remind you that selling options is illegal. Timed out by Carl. 300 seconds. It's not illegal. It's morally questionable. Ethically. dubious. I like where your head's at, right? Is NVIDIA going to be the next Tesla? I really wish they'd stop fucking buying. Who's doing this? Who's buying NVIDIA at $4.95? Like, who the fuck wakes up and they're like, you know what? I don't have enough NVIDIA exposure at its all-time highs. Kathy Woods. How long are you planning on holding that 47.75, 47.50 debit spread for? I don't know. Couple days. NVIDIA's already priced in profitability. Like, currently, NVIDIA is going to profit off of the heat death of the universe. What's holding the market up right now? Mag 7? A little bit of breadth. Mostly Mag 7. Tons of short vol and an overexposed market maker. Will dish squeeze higher than GME? Probably not. You know, of the 9 times since I've been streaming, the dish has become a popular stock topic. It's never done anything except lose people money. Check out the chart. Everything's fucking up. It's not special. If anything, it's underperforming the rest of the communication sector. Have you looked at Verizon, AT&T? Worth looking at, in my opinion. 40% short. Yeah, but 40% short at like fucking $40. I'm just playing devil's advocate, man. But I've never seen anybody make any fucking money off that stock. I remember when everyone got all hyped on it into the end of 2022, and then it fucking dropped like 50%. I personally did a bunch of research into them, and their debt is a big fucking problem. They were part of the companies that I was researching when I was looking at the communication sector, and they've got a lot of debt problems and current debt problems. Not that everyone in that sector doesn't have a lot of debt, they do. But dishes is it's worse with significantly worse cash flow to support it. And refinancing at higher rates could ruin them. Best place to find accurate short interest and short squeeze likelihood is www. I'm a bag holder and like to lose money.com. Should I email them with I'm a pickle at pickleperson.com? Or do you think it's not authenticated yet? We don't want another Kessler event happening and one of those things smashes into another satellite, or in China knocks one out of the sky. I'm sure that someone would buy them. And Dish hasn't gone kaput yet. They probably have a long, slow death. Which means that and this does open up the potential for the shorts being right but too early, right? But I'd want a lot more of them underwater before I said it would short squeeze. Maybe if it got above 9 again, that might be exciting. Also, massively liquid float with 250 million shares. DirecTV is part of AT&T, I think. I'm going to track my 15K in losses over the last 2 days as an intentional write-off before the end of the year. CDM, how the fuck did you lose $15,000 in the last 2 days? There hasn't been an entry in the entire stock market that was worth betting 15 grand on. Whoops. All right. Fair enough. He was the one who lost money on Tap. Tap actually recovered kind of nicely here, but I'm still not going to touch it until they fucking till the tips turn back around. Mag 7 ETF? Wait, that's a real thing? I guess it had to happen eventually. Fucking Roundhill, man. They don't waste any time setting up stupid financial products. Why not just short QQQ? It's the same thing. Amazon is adding ads to Prime unless you pay an extra $2.99 a month. Okay. Cable will rise again. I'm not getting rid of Amazon Prime because of $3. I know to you, Brett, that's 3% of a portfolio, but no one else gives a shit, man. That's the most unintrusive, like unobtrusive cost increase I've ever seen on a subscription service. If you don't pay for Prime, do you have to pick the thing out of the warehouse yourself? I don't know how much Prime costs. It's on auto debit. I just canceled my Bezos bags. I don't know what any of my bills actually cost. They just come out of my bank account. Dude, right? Exactly. Like, you guys make an average salary. What's that? Like 300K? Yeah. That's like that's like a good professional salary. Stop picking careers that don't pay you money. My wife asked about our water bill the other day, and I just looked at her funny. What's she been doing with the water? That's what my question would be. Why is she worried about it? If you need an accountant, good, who specializes in embezzling tactics, let me know. FBI, that one, right there. Apparently a neighbor got triple charged or something. I wouldn't even know if they got my bill wrong. That's how much of a moat utilities have. I'd pay it. I have no idea. Forever. Hire bipolar bear. He's gonna have to get in. He's gonna have to learn how to embezzle if he's gonna make up his GME losses. Mine went to 0 for 4 months. I filled the neighbor's pool and then got charged for it. I'm here to collect your utilities payment. Okay, just take it. My electricity's free. I have an army of hamsters constantly running on wheels that powers my house. Yeah, this is why your wife doesn't want to come home, Carl. The entire house smells like hamster shit now. Comcast sent me a letter that they're going to raise my bill $5 if I don't re-enroll in paperless billing. I never unenrolled. Well, they unenrolled you. And now they're going to take $5 to the privilege. That's genius. What a great way to FBI that guy right there. You called Don't worry about it. He's changed his ways. My water bill dropped 80% after my divorce. Did you get 80% of your assets back? No, it smells like shit because I keep holding it too long and I can never make it to the toilet. I told you to just put your computer in the bathroom like I do. I don't know how to log into my Comcast account. I made it 2 years ago. You could call them and sit on hold for 7 hours for your $5. Is this caller rule gonna make us do an uppy up tomorrow? I don't know. I mean, the calls are so fucking far out of the money that I don't feel like they would have an immediate impact. Actually, if anything, I think this high, the collar rule is kind of bearish. Like, won't it just crush upside gamma? Oh, and it's gonna tack on so much to the MM's Vega hedge. God, remember when we were right there on the cusp of breaking the short put? That would have been so beautiful. I'm trying to copy you. Do I need to put my standing desk over my toilet? Ideally, yeah. You might also have to like wedge something behind the bidet so you can use it while standing. Kind of improve that angle, right? You want it around like 82.5 degrees, depending on your height, of course. I get way more tail being divorced than I did when married. Is it because you kept the dogs? Sorry. Just because it's because of the name. If we have 9 green weeks in a row, I'm gonna be so pissy. Fair. I don't know, dude. I don't speak Greek. I just work here. 4,200 was a fortress, a real one. 4,100? Can we just push above 4,800 already? No, because fuck the bulls. It's funny too, because like if you watch all the big like perma bulls on FinTwit, and like they've been like trying to get their audience to go long 4,800 calls for the last 2 weeks, and now the 4,800s just aren't going in the money. they all expire tomorrow. It's hysterical. And they're like starting to get like bearish because not enough green candles. Was your line charted on SPX? Expected trend? Or today's trend? Where? That thing? That was part of a trend earlier. Here's the upside trend. Do you have any idea on how the crazy reversal on USD JPY came about? It started happening when oil inventories missed super hard. So either a knock-on effect from like the dollar oil, or someone needed some liquidity and leaned back into the carry trade. Oil inventories missed, oil down. Nothing makes sense. Well, oil's down on the day, but it's up since the inventory's missed. Or was. Yeah, not anymore. It was up. Now it's down again. Also, yields up bigly. Yeah. Market up, oil down bigly, Dow up. Everything makes sense. I love investing. Oil inventory miss. Fat tail in the 7-year. TUP going up because of Houthi rebels. I guess I'll buy more overpriced tech stocks. Tom Lee says up through end of week. Tom Lee said SPX 5000 this year and has since revised it down to 4750. It's amazing how his latest revision was actually under the spot price. So he's technically projecting that the SPX falls $40 by the end of the year. So I would argue that Tom Lee is currently a bear. He's more bearish than I am. I think we finish out the year at 47.90. Not based on what he just said 20 minutes ago. He likes to change things. He does. Tom Lee is the world's most lifelike lagging indicator. If you've ever heard him talk, he speaks with like a 3-tick exponential moving average. Tom Lee said 4,300 by June 2024. Okay. So I'm not getting investing advice from a guy Jamie Dimon fired. 47.90p at a 10% spread. Nothing to see here. That seems perfectly reasonable. You don't sell the 47.90p? Somebody finally bought all my Jan 19 $70 fixie calls, winning. I'd totally sell the 47.90p while the market's about to put it in the money. I only sell it if it's in the money. I had a market order open for weeks. That guy's gonna make millions of dollars. Yen's gonna squeeze tonight.
and you're gonna be the saddest person in the world. What building has the most stories? A library. What's your opinion on Jan 2025 leaps for Fubo? $3 calls? I don't hate it. I'd probably wait till they were out of the money to buy them, but no, it's actually the Burj Khalifa. No, it's not. It's a bad riddle. No shit. You had that ready? I didn't have it ready. It was just an obvious answer. I have a high IQ, Gen. My synapses fire really fast into brick walls. My synapses haven't fired in months. Have you tried stimulating them? My synapses are fired without severance. Okay, listen, man. We're all sad you lost your job. But the US economy produced 350,000 jobs last month. Why didn't you get one? If you invested $1 in the Burj Khalifa, you'd own $1's worth of the Burj Khalifa. Has anyone heard from Farmville? I assume he got a job and is gambling less, or he finally lost all his money. Also, I changed AJ's name on the Discord to asshole. Not Mia Khalifa. If you'd invested $1 in Mia Khalifa, you'd have $2 in a hand job today. I had to check. I thought it was a fitting name. You can change people's Discord names anytime I want. It's a lot of power. I try not to abuse it. I want everyone to feel like they have their own secure identity. Except for AJ. If you'd invested $2 in Lebanon's only asset, you'd have a picture of that fertilizer explosion from 2020. I have a video that I downloaded. I turned everybody into Carl one time. Nice. How did that make you feel? Less special? That was a fun day. The 2020 Beirut explosion. I wouldn't call it a fun day. But, I mean... Careful talking shit on the hive mind, Carl. They'll come after you. And they know all your secrets. I just want Dixie to gap up 100 bips. It's up 31. I mean, that's pretty good, right? It was down, what, 40 yesterday? Why does Grim2 have so many weird videos of me? I need to just set up my stream deck with a bunch of GIFs of myself. That's what I'm going to do this weekend. That's my weekend project. I need to revise my SPX end of year target since we've just surpassed it. 47.93.69. New target. Congratulations, man. Say giraffe, Gibraltar, GIF. Can you do me a favor, Dirk, and say Jaffix? Can you say Jaffix card? Goat. People say Jif? That's peanut butter. The guy who invented it decided to troll everybody by saying it was pronounced Jif. Some people took him seriously. I say Hif. Oh, the silent. That's the Latin brand. No, I respect that. You guys ever like to go on the GME channel and look at all the bag holders complaining about the price going up and down 20 cents? I feel so free nowadays. I don't have any of my net worth tied to the volatile musings of a 36-year-old child. 48, 48, 18, 62, SPX all-time high. It's like Phil Collins is about to roll out and start singing In the Air tonight. Why is Tesla doing a sad? I don't know. Maybe because it's an overvalued pile of shit that's done nothing but see earnings and margins contract throughout the entire year while selling fewer and fewer vehicles, only to be valued at 2 times the price it was at the beginning of the year. I am. You got rid of your last 10K GME shares? No, but I might get assigned on them by January 19th. What strike? 15. I forgot there's other channels outside of the country club. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. Reject and gap fill? How about reject, drop to like 47.87, then bulls coming in by more 90s. And then end of day, we go up or down $20. Guess who bought calls at the top? You did. I put the line there for you, even. Why would you buy... Why wouldn't you... Wait, hold on. Why wouldn't you just put a stop on them? Like, why wouldn't you buy a call and then put a stop? Inverse me. Like, a call by there is great if it breaks up, right? But just put a stop in case it doesn't. And then, you know, if it breaks down, you're like, ah, yeah, too bad. And then if it breaks up, you're like, wee. Don't placate me, berate me. I am, but in a patronizing way. Are you excited to straddle at 4,800? Bro, I'm already straddled at 48.90, 47.90. I'm not gonna straddle twice. Can you tell me what emote to feel? No. I bought top calls at the bottom for tomorrow, so can we make it go back up to 250? I sold all my top calls like an hour and a half ago. My wife likes to straddle twice. Yeah, but I told her reverse cowgirl's illegal in Alabama. Man, I'm on point today. Wait, so why did you sell and I don't know why you bought? What are you looking at to decide? Liquidity? I don't like the way this looks. It looks like they're going to short it a bit. So the liquidity I can't see on my screen. Yeah, great. Well, you could have asked. What keeps Beyond in this range besides being a liquid? Well, it sure as shit isn't their profit margins. The 4 hour on futures looks like a repeat of Wednesday's drop. Yeah, it does. Better go long, because fuck me, right? You know, that's not actually that bad of a analysis tool. It's always good to assume that the worst outcome is possible. My wife just told me she wants me to do the interior design of our eventual house, and that I have better furniture taste than she does. My wins are only in the games I'm not playing. Well, but are you busy doing? You got any extra time for design work? Because I need to do something with these oak walls. Pop-Tarts, toaster strudels. Let's start with the same flavor. Always toaster strudels. Pop-Tarts are disgusting, and they're dry. Race car bed on each wall. Okay, that's phenomenal. Like race car Murphy beds? I should put rubber tires on them so when you drop them on the floor, they bounce a little. Now, where do I find the undercarriage of 2 Porsches? I have a button on the wall that releases them and does the Lightning McQueen ka-chow. And also takes like a flash photography photo of the room at the same time. That could be pretty cool. You got like the skid plate of a Porsche with the axles still on it. And the tires, and then you just mount the mattress to the skid plate. You need the front bumper too. Otherwise, you can't drive it, right? Shit. So you just need a whole car. You need the whole car, and then you just gotta cut out the rear section. Should probably leave the doors on it also. So you just cut the roof back to the trunk. Porsches don't have trunks. Fuck. There's not enough room for a bed. Fucking mid-engine. Murphy beds are a lie because you have to keep the area where they would go clean. My apartment in college had a desk on the Murphy bed, and like the you would fold the desk up, and then the bed would come down. Did you see the dude who changed a Range Rover into a desk? No. I feel so fancy while I was trading. I mean, I think he's just winning because he owns a Range Rover, but he doesn't have to repair it. Hear me out. California king size Toyota Yaris bed, a much larger footprint than the actual car. You could fit like 2 of those in one Cal King. Range Rovers are the worst for maintenance costs. You could have ended that sentence 3 words earlier. Miata bed with flip-up nightlights. Again, too small. That's like a twin-size mattress. I can't even get in a Miata. I think you have to be under 5'11" to drive one. I feel personally attacked because I want one bad. Wait, I thought you'd moved on. Rich people don't care about maintenance costs. They have multiple cars. They also don't own them usually. You just lease them. I had a 6'5" coworker who insisted on a Fiat. Ew. Just contorting himself like an idiot daily. Those cars are ugly. Depending on your Tinder date, it'd be nice to have a Murphy bed with adjustable air suspension, hydraulics, lowrider mode. No. $1986 wood panel Mercury Sable wagon, queen size. Okay, reasonable, yeah. 1964 Plymouth Fury, king size. Miatas are for little people. Yeah, yeah. So are Lamborghinis. Buick Roadmaster. Gotta try the Fiat 500 Brabus. That is fun. No, little shitty cars with big engines are still little shitty cars with big engines. I can't. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine wanting to get in one and listen to all the body panels rattle. Cat tractor with a wide shovel. Hmm. Some of those are like 500 grand. That's the real flex. You pull up to the club in an excavator. Just put a Pontiac Aztec in your living room. The smart car is actually pretty roomy. I had a buddy who owned one of those. Now, there's not room for anything but people, but there's plenty of room for the people. I pull up in the club in my replica killdozer. We're not the same. This looks like it's about to crash or stay exactly where it is. Are we still talking about the market? I thought we were done with that for the day. I mean, so far my prediction of just up and then maybe down sometimes has been working out. Maybe we get like a big down today. Test 75. This has been really reliable. Huh. It's the biggest down we're getting, Cobra. I would never drive a Jag XJS. Abarth, not Brabus. It's like a go-kart. I would never own one, but it's still fun. I guess. Have you ever seen the collar roll when we're trading way above it? Oh, when was the last time the collar rolled up bigly? End of June? Yeah, I think end of June the collar rolled up. Is it June? Let me double check. Yeah, it was June. End of June it rolled up. We were at 44.50. And I don't remember what the collar was at the time, but I think it was like 4,700 or something like that for the sold. We went down pretty hard after that, if I remember correctly, though. Like 100 something bips drop, 150 bips drop. I don't really know if that was directly related to the collar, but it may have been. Long puts will be at about 4,400 ish. That seems about right. 45.50, depending on where we're trading tomorrow, but not very far below delta neutral. QQQ is starting to look at how it has some downside gas in the tank. Yeah. I kind of think that Powell says, like, say we trade down and then we get like another top slightly higher into the Fed meeting, and then Powell says that they're not going to cut rates in the first half of the year, and then everyone jumps back into the carry trade, and we go down for 3 months. Then the Fed cuts rates in March. Yeah, we'll see. This first. I can see that happening. Or the Fed doesn't cut rates in March. Then we go down even harder. Ooh. Earnings guidance is going to be rough. I meant today, but I agree. It's almost red on the day. Ugh. You know what? Red Day here is actually pretty bearish. Futures 48.45 before end of day? Or do we just fail the trend? Look at the defense of the trend. We use support on NVIDIA. Wait, what? Where is support on NVIDIA? Around 95, 90. Looks like 95 is pretty solid. I feel like I should have sold way more of these NVIDIA spreads. That was a really good entry. I sold them for 90? Huh. Leaving for my haircut in 20 minutes. Probably won't make it back before market close. I'll miss you. Think of me. We're going down right now, Popcorn Trader. Not really. I'd hate being married to you. It's the end of dealing with all the stupid ass bullshit that comes along with long hair. I'm fucking tired of eating food and finding a hair in it that's still on my head. My biggest pet peeve with having long hair is going to sleep and waking up with hair in your mouth. Like all your hair in your mouth. All over your fucking face. It's annoying as hell sometimes. Hair wrapped around the peen is the worst. Yeah, but that's your girlfriend's fault. Unless you're wrapping your own hair around your peen. Is the Apple Play still fine for tomorrow? It wasn't fine for today. It gapped up overnight. Does anyone else have to shave the shaft? I think that's pretty common. But you should really go with waxing. Waxing the shaft sounds horrible. No. You just do both sides same time, just like a sheet. Like you're throwing a sheet onto a bed, you know? You do it yourself? Of course not. Wax or pluck, for those of you who don't have a sharp stubble, don't want to have sharp stubble in the SO's mouth. Maybe some of their SOs can't go down that far. They don't have to worry about it. Waxing the shaft, hard or soft, depends on who you hire to do it. I retract my outrage, no problem. My dentist prefers me to be soft for whatever reason. Is there a word for criminally boring? Because there should be. Well, if you sell, here's the deal. If you sell theta, then it's never boring because you're just making money every minute, right? Are we dumping into close or nah? It's power hour. I'd really like for us to, but that might not be a thing. Criminally boring seemed like sex with Carl. That's not true. Your wife told me the one time that you guys copulated, you were very eager and full of energy. What was the news with oil today? Reserves? Not enough of them. Past 10 seconds of my life. I remember when Carl was at Peak T sending Pigeon Whale checking videos. Um, the man was doing cock push-ups and 360s on the tip. He had so much tea back then. And Ryan Cohen stole it all. Every drop. Hey, look, we went down to 47.88. Now we can bounce. The good old days. Me and Darth Dan are not married. He is not my husband. He had so much T, you could call him Mr. T. No, he went by Daddy K. Could this get dumpy, or are they buying calls still? Just don't play it. That's the answer. The answer is just don't get any exposure to it. It's garbage. Stop buying the dip. They have to. It's their job. How's OI looking? Pretty much the same as it has all day. I guess there's less interest at 47.70 and 48.05 now. It still looks like, oh, right now we might close between 85 and 90. Calls are getting cheaper though, so if they're gonna try to pump for 4,800, now's the time. God, that's gross. Did you ever do a VR stream? No. I don't want to hang out with you in the metaverse. You can yell at me about Tesla. Chances of profit taking on calls tomorrow before the end of year? Possible, yeah. I think historically tomorrow is actually a red day. Not that it fucking matters, but they've already committed to the Santa rally. They can't fail now. I would argue that they've already failed. Another year down, still below 2021. Embarrassing. SPX is below March of 2022. Or ES is? Which one? SPX or ES? One of them is. ES is. Buy a put, Gherk? I don't want to put. What am I going to do with it? Average into March puts, hedge with Jan calls? No. Overnight straddle at 4,800 seems disgusting. That's why I straddled 4,790. Explain how what? How do? How do? What are you trying to do? Looking back at where we were trading a year ago on this day is depressing. Google to fire 30,000 employees after AI successes. You're going to start to see a lot more layoffs and a spike in unemployment going into the beginning of next year. Good luck, Dork. Tell them to massage your temples when they wash your hair. Feels nice. I keep dozing off and waking back up to see the price has done nothing. Yep. But AI is bullish, but it doesn't make money. Why is Nvidia still rocketing? It's not. It's been dropping all like the entire second half of the day. I had a head massage yesterday with my haircut and it was divine. Which Mag 7 stack has the biggest lean hog? Meta. Zuck's hogs got no fat. Any exposure you have with BT or Oxy on oil news? In the money calls? For oil exposure, I probably wouldn't target BTU or Oxy. Like exposure to news on crude. Zom's usually okay, or what's the oil ETF, USO or whatever. Give me a wink when I should full port 4,800 0 DTEs. Not today. Just eating chocolate oranges and solve a jigsaw puzzle until the overnight straddle time. My neighbor bought me a chocolate orange as part of my Christmas gift basket. They've changed them. They're fancier now. They have like crispy candy in them. Like little rice puffs or something. Or maybe they're like nibs. I don't know what they are. But they're better. What'd you get her? Nothing. Now that you make me say that, sounds like a dick move, but I didn't know we were getting each other Christmas things. I really love chocolate orange because it rhymes with regular orange. Nice. They have toffee flavored ones now, and yes, they're delicious. Wait, toffee flavored chocolate orange? Crash candles, guac? Crash candles. Those are red. Red candle? I don't know. Dork's not here. I can't confirm it. There's some 6-year-old guy I work with ranting about AI at work today. He's gonna take our jobs. It feels like a bubble. Yeah, I'm not really worried about it. Make sweet love to all her friends, and you don't get her anything for Christmas. What's wrong with you? One of her friends, and it wasn't sweet love. It was different than that. The legend of Dork leaving continues. AI took my job. That's just because you put Chat GPT on your phone and stopped working. I'll tell you right now, it's not actually answering the calls you think it is. It's pretty close, Kenny. Pieces of candy or crunch in them. Amazing. When will you come to Germany and eat some bratwurst with us? I don't know. Let's just say AI won't be taking that job. Sometimes I wish it would. Bratwurst and Audubon. There's nothing like hanging out with the bros and driving fast and eating sausages. The Germans really know how to live life to the fullest. Bratwurst and chill. Hmm. Germany won't leave the EU, right? It's not the first time they would have broken a treaty with the rest of Europe. Let's not talk about buttered sausage. Close the day at 47.95. Still most likely 85 to 90. Poland in shambles. It's too soon. Germany is the EU. They played the long game and won. They haven't finished playing the long game yet. They're also in a recession. And if there's one thing we know about Germans, they don't like to be in recessions. Jeez, it was just one or two times. I'm getting ads about AI trading apps. They don't realize I've been Googling AI because I hate it, not because I like it. You know, AJ, I wouldn't say this to a lot of people, but have you tried it yet? Like Pavlov's dog, I'm playing this pump into close again. That's fair. The conditioning is absolute at this point. I think that was Denmark, not Germany. I just got here. Why do you think they haven't allowed a pullback this entire pump? Because their vol exposure is gigantic. It's like all the puts. All of the puts on the SPX are sold. Jesus, you didn't have to do it like that. I mean, could it get worse? I'm just kidding. AJ's managed to not lose that much money. Somehow. Much to my chagrin. What do you look for in a Piggles pick? Things that'll make money. Is Tup gonna be okay? I don't know. I closed all my calls, because maybe not. I might open them back up, but not today. Maybe not tomorrow either. Nice, old yellow tie. I made some money today. Not a lot of it, but like a little bit. I have Highway to the Danger Zone stuck in my head. Yeah, that's reasonable. So if all the puts are sold on the SPX, then what can be done to spike VIX and create a singularity of anti-liquidity? Literally anything. Yeah. Just any adverse event. Lots of small positions that lose 75% of the time and win 25% and cuts the winners too soon. I noticed that he sold. I noticed the other day that he sold a dividend stock that he put a stop loss on. Rule number one: don't lose money. You were up on the stock. It's we can't comprehend his level of trading prowess. It's like a fucking 10-year buy and hold. And he cuts it 3 days after buying it with a stop loss. Was that the whole dump? Yeah, yeah. The market, that's a healthy pullback. The market's ready to surge higher now. I made 5%. It's a 10-year, it's like a 5 to 10-year buy and hold. You're over here scalping it. He needs to learn to scalp $5 SPX moves with March options. There's nothing like a solid 3%. Is VIX just 12.50 now? Yeah, that's its new price. He might be dead in 5 to 10 years. Then he can will his dividends to someone else. When VIX RQ? I mean, VIX is arguably more alive than it was a couple weeks ago. I've been telling him to scalp futures since that's what his trading style seems to work for, but he refuses to change brokers. Can you imagine fucking AJ trading like 2 4s on ES? I'd ban him from the Discord before I listen to that shit. I'll be ready to buy back in when UGI falls sometime. Narrator, it never did. He's still waiting. Pick me for what? Isn't it? It's not like a contest. Him and Steph can put together a guide. How to annoy me. You know what I'm really excited for? I'm just really excited for JPOW to never cut rates. And the slow realization that bulls have just been wrong about this entire pump. Stephens has been around since rounded bottom breakouts stopped working. That's not true. He's come back. That's all I'll say about it. His dividend shares from his will, they'll all be stopped out by the time it gets through probate, Yaga. You really sure you want to inherit that? J-Pow and Jan, enjoy 6 rate cuts this year, fam. Probably. Are bulls this greedy, or am I greedy? Bulls are the greediest. They think they can just buy 0 DTs every morning and make money. So far, they've been right. They'll be right until they're left. All right. And whoa, boy, when they're left. Don't worry, they'll all, like, all the bulls will disappear if there's 200 BPS of red candle. They act big and tough, but they can't handle size. You lay your big red candle on the table, all of a sudden they have a headache. Nvidia slips 495 here. I don't know. Probably not this week. It's a pretty strong resistance. I wonder if I should close my Nvidia spreads. I guess I'll just hold them until tomorrow and then close them. Big risk, though. We're still talking about stock candles? Sure. I'm all ears, popcorn. I think you got it right the first time. My candle's green. Should I see a dactyr? Have AJ set a trail stop for you. My riddle is wind down. I don't know. Soon? Next week? Let's try for next week. Hmm. Right. The 47.95s and 4800s sold off kind of hard. What's with this buyout talk on Fubo recently? What are you talking about? Fubo already has a deal with Disney to use ESPN. Makes sense that Disney'd want to acquire them. Expand their streaming product selection. Also, Ryan Reynolds. Disney loves Ryan Reynolds, I think. Because they made Deadpool. Hmm. Stuff looks kind of bullish for tomorrow right now. $4,800 tomorrow, I bet. We gotta try it, right? Everyone always asks win down, but then expects to split the check. Popcorn Trader's been on one for like 3 weeks. This is like the third time I've heard you talk about a Fubo buyout. I mean, the closer they get to profitability, the more attractive of a buyout target they become. Their value is in their distribution licenses, right? They own a set of content that other content providers want, and other content providers would be smart to purchase them before they become profitable rather than after, because otherwise it would cost more money. Like right now, you can probably buy out Fubo at like $9 to $12. But if they hit positive EBIT, you're gonna have to pay like 20, 25, right? Nine to 12, re. You know the stock used to be like $60, right? 2025 a share would make Atomic a god. Atomic might have more shares than me. Well, until this Friday. But I have more options than him. I guess I'll be buying at 2025. Anyone picking up some 47.95 C's as soon as they hit 5 cents today? I might. All those CC sellers will lose their minds on a Fubo buyout. You mean they'll get blown up? That's why you don't sell CCs on 100% of your position at once. This market's absolute trash lately. I'm glad I'm not trading it at all, and instead spending time with loved ones. Just checking in. Hope all is well with you, D-Gens. We're just spending time with loved ones. We won't get out bought out next week. I'll be fine. What happens if you use your intraday buying power extended to the following day? What? So you're carrying it overnight? I mean, you'll have to pay the cost to carry. Mm. Wait, buying the 90.95? Uh, for tomorrow they are. Yeah, that was good. 40%. I'm not gonna get greedy with them. Top. Finally, a little covering on Beyond. Oh, nice. I'll say that compared to the amount that Beyond is getting shorted, it's still doing quite well. Hmm. Oh. Bulls pushing too early? Possibly. Say something. I need to know if my headphones are working. Penis. One, two. Oh no, I had the stadium PA connected. Ugh. It's good to see VIX back where it belongs at 1250. Will God ever stop AMC? I think the fact that AMC is still a thing proves that there is no God. No problem, Joe. Well, okay, made the right decision. I'm closing my Nvidia spreads. Smart. No downs today? I mean, there's still 17 minutes for us to go and test 4,800 and then fall back to 4,790. So if you count, what if, well, I mean, if you count 4,800 back to 4,790, that's down.
How is that possible? Gap fill. Top dead? I don't know, but it was getting shorted too hard. I didn't like it. So I backed out earlier today. We'll see. Let's see when they run out of short liquidity, right? But I'm out of it probably for the rest of this week. I might get back in tomorrow depending on how liquidity looks. Islington Edgar, if FUBO is heading into due diligence, would expect a barrage of insider buying. Unfortunately, not a ton of buying. There was a lot last year. The CEO was buying a bunch last year. I think insiders own quite a bit already. I think we see 4,700 or 4,600 before Jan 19th. It's possible. I think there's a good chance that we have some sort of volatility event before Jan OPEX. The vol event will be bulls selling too many puts. They've already done that. We'll see if we approach Jan OPEX below gamma neutral. I would expect it would be very bearish. We also have the collar roll tomorrow, so tomorrow could be pretty interesting.
I don't even know where GN is. It's like 4,700. 40. Yeah. 40. It's probably around like between both chains. Probably around like 47.10. I close the downside? That doesn't seem likely. Gonna get put capitulation if we push down too much further. Any chance Riot pulls Amara? That's possible. Risky bet, but possible. Close. 48.18 on the last candle of today? I don't think so. I think most likely we end up at 85 or 90. The like one DTE call buying was not the same as yesterday. So the end of day is not going to be nearly as. I don't think the end of day is going to be nearly as volatile. Like that. Ooh. Feisty.
Hmm. 3 minutes left. Oh my god, red day. Relax. Nice. $30 seconds left.
No, I'm not nodding off. I was trying to sell a butterfly for tomorrow. Ding ding. Well, not red on the day, but close. We almost did it. Alright. Well, that was fucking boring. Another day of following the mid-trend slightly to the upside. Super fun, right? So that ended up about $2 from my mid projection there. Not bad, I suppose. ES pumping a little bit in after hours here. Actually, ES kind of slipped the wedge there. Interesting. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's gonna crawl back a little. That's awful. Yields up today. 7-year had a fat tail, 22 points or something like that. Largest since November 22. So Dixie obviously up on that news. Yen moved up a lot earlier today, or moved down a lot earlier today on the news, on the was it reduced oil inventory news. And we saw oil move up, but quickly got slammed right back down. Gold down, silver down, oil down 300 BPS today. Index is largely flat, with Russell taking the biggest hit at 44 BPS to the downside. Spot VIX up, but VIX 3-month and VIX futures both down. Looks like we're in for more of the same bullshit tomorrow. I don't think that's going to change substantially. Core on the 3-month started to turn around a little bit again today, but core 1 month is still plummeting. Yeah, we see them kind of lean back into the carry trade a little bit today with a 7% move to the upside. Now, if they lean harder into the carry trade, which may be something that happens if expectations for the Fed to cut rates diminish, that'll tighten financial conditions, and we'll start to get that like yields up, dollar up, vol up that we saw from August through October of almost last year now. Skews kind of moderating a little bit, not doing much there. What the fuck is going on with that? Broke, I guess. Oh. Vol shorting, almost hitting a new high today, or a new low. Not quite as bad as the week of December 4th, but almost. So if we do get an uptick in vol, it's massively overshorted and there's a ton of Vega risk. QQQ down on the day. That's kind of interesting. RSP seems to be what floated everything. So still a decent amount of breadth interest coming in, but I would say mega caps are still seeing a fairly consistent sell-off. Yeah, not a very interesting setup for tomorrow, but I guess just a bit closer to that 47 or 4800 goal. Has Upstart peaked for now? Oh yeah, we could take a look at some of the memes. GME still isn't being shorted heavily, but it did come down today a little bit. Upstart is actually, yeah, Gamma Max is starting to move away from spot and to the upside. Volatility is starting to be a little more heavily shorted here. It looks good for some downside. I want to see it break gamma neutral, which is still... Give me 1 second. Gamma neutral here is at 40.54 to confirm downside. But if it does, the move from gamma neutral to delta neutral at 35 could be pretty quick. And that could put us back at 30 in no time. So it can happen really rapidly, as it did before. So the downside may happen far quicker than you would expect. I think the only real defense there against that is going to be if we see some sort of positive expectations for rate cuts or the credit environment, and that might reinforce some of the long positioning on it. But for the most part, yeah, calls are breaking down. Dealer delta moved negative today. Dealer gamma is going to have fallen off probably pretty substantially. Gamma max is now at 50.78, which is getting kind of far away from the current price. So yeah, I think some downside is definitely possible. Siri, it's kind of just holding up. It's holding 550 really well. It doesn't seem to be doing much else though. Tup actually got a little bit of liquidity into the middle of today. There was a few bigger sell-offs, like 75,000, 100,000 shares. I don't like that, right? Like that's showing a sign of contraction again. So I close my calls. If I see this turning back around and expanding again, I'll get back in them. But for now, I'm not going to touch it. Very risky, right? Because of the illiquidity here, a big short could take us back to like $2 and cause the market maker to price down those calls really fast. And the value in them would just disappear. So I think I'll wait it out, see if I can get some maybe like synthetic long entries at 250. We'll see how far down they short it, but they're still not covering yet, right? Like they covered enough that they could short it again, but they're not covering everything. And I think they have some news about their earnings. There is some news about their earnings. They're going to have their earnings published by Feb, and they're going to have some sort of guidance on their earnings by January 19th. And so it may be that the shorts are just trying to survive until there's further news about their turnaround plans. Um, and if that's the case, this kind of like, intermittent covering and then, using the liquidity they got to short again, like this kind of behavior, they could do that for a while longer, right? As they wait out the news. I mean, that it'll cause price improvement over time, but very little, right? So, it's good to be careful with it. Anything else? Beyond's actually still holding up really well. I mean, they've shorted damn near all of the liquidity they got on the 100% run up, right? So, or well, even if we don't count it from the very bottom, let's say from the point at which they started reversing liquidity, which was about here, 75% run up. So they ran the stock 75%. They got X amount of liquidity out of it, right? And they've used all of that liquidity since December 20th, almost. There's still a little bit left, but not much. And they've barely gotten the price down 26%. So, figure they might be able to squeeze that remaining 8-10% to the downside here with the liquidity that they have left, and then we're going to move into another cycle of covering, and that could get kind of wild. So we'll see what's going on there in probably a couple weeks. In the meantime, look for opportunities to get in cheap while vol's lower and being crushed, if it's something you want exposure to. What's the next decent entry point on the equity stated before beyond? Was that top? Yeah. I don't know what the next decent entry point is. We're going to see how hard they short it, right? They got a little bit more liquidity back over the last couple days. So I figure, that's about the max. They could probably short it back down to like $1.80, maybe $2. That seems to be where they get really hung up on their short anyway. I mean, like 160 to 180 seems to be mostly the range. So I would probably look for a return down, and then look to go long or synthetic long. Last test of 180, I went long the 2, short the 150. That was good. Like 500% on the move up, so that worked out really well. That might be one to look for if the liquidity's there, or just the $2 call with thetas, not too bad at that price either. But yeah, it looks like they're gonna short it a little, so best to be out, especially if IWM's gonna keep turning around. You lose that index pressure. So thank you guys so much. Have a great night, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Later.